The continuation of the regular meeting of the Aurora City Council for July 26th is called back to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Berzins.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Gruber. Councilmember Gruber. Councilmember Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
And Councilmember Barrio.
Present.
There's a quorum.
Very well. Without objection, I believe that we have legal counsel present that did the analysis in terms of our charter and the requirement to appoint. Without objection, I'd like to defer to legal counsel for a presentation. Is there any objection? Seeing none, could legal counsel please give us the presentation?
Certainly. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Corey Hoffman of the law firm of Hoffman, Parker, Wilson, and Carberry. I was asked by your city attorney to review the question that had been presented, as I understand it, a couple times in previous meetings related to the effect of a 5-5 tie, whether it is a charter violation and what, if any, impacts result from that charter violation. And the answer to the first question is, from my perspective, it is in fact a charter violation. The charter doesn't contemplate any other mechanism other than having a majority of council appoint to fill a vacancy. But having said that, it is, and I'd hate to use the term a technical violation, because it is absolutely a violation. But if every council member is voting the council member's conscience and the result is a 5-5 tie, there can't be any culpability in the traditional sense, because the council is as a body is the entity that has provided the tie vote. There is no criminal intent, if you will, of the council when the council is voting and comes to that impasse of a 5-5 tie. So there's no culpability in the traditional sense for a violation of the charter without any sort of intentional, knowing act of creating the tie vote by the 5-5 tie. And certainly an individual council member is not violating any law by voting their conscience insofar as it results in the 5-5 tie. To the extent that someone would try to challenge this decision, the manner in which to do it would be something called a mandamus action. And a mandamus action compels a body to act when it has an obligation to do so. The trouble is, a judge can't tell an individual council member, you need to vote a different way. So I can't imagine that a mandamus action would be successful, because a court wouldn't have any ability to compel one of you to change their vote. Similarly, this is a legislative act. Each of you are exercising your legislative discretion to make a decision as to who you believe is the appropriate individual to fill the vacancy. And so for a mandamus act to apply, there would need to be an act that doesn't require legislative discretion. This act does. So, that's sort of the short version of the answer to the question of whether there's a charter violation. In the memorandum to Mr. Brotzman that I believe you were provided, there are certainly alternatives going forward, but frankly, the only way to not have a charter violation as of today's date is to appoint someone tonight. But based on the remedies, it's for council to decide, what the next step is.
Mayor,
You're muted.
Go. Questions for legal counsel?
Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So if I could repeat this the way I understand it and bring it into some of the discussions we've had before, as far as a civil liability against or a civil charge to be made against a council member for voting her conscience and not solving this, I heard you say there's very little to zero risk, especially because of the qualified immunity. As far as a criminal charge against a council member for voting their conscience and not resolving this, again, under qualified immunity, there is zero risk to the council member himself, he or she to themselves. So as far as criminal and civil, there's no penalty that can be applied. And then the next part you had said about the mandamus, as far as the city being sued, the city, anybody can sue anybody, so the city could be sued. But by the same token, since all the council members have acted in good faith, all of the council members have participated in all of the votes, that the court could not apply a remedy other than another vote, and the other vote would result in another tie. So there is no action that could be taken by the courts against the city itself. So the three things, criminal, civil, and a suit against the city, the threat or risk is very low to non-existent. Did I explain that right, or did I interpret that right?
Generally, yes. The only caveat is that is certainly my legal analysis. I frankly can never guarantee a result when someone with a black robe is presiding over a case, but I certainly don't believe there is a legal basis under the existing law for a judge to compel a different result. And as to the criminal and civil liability, you absolutely have it right. It is the body that is committing the violation, if you will, as opposed to individual council members who vote their conscience.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Mayor, Councilmember Combs.
Councilmember Combs.
So I understand that if we simply fail to appoint, that there's not likely to be any legal risk. So my question is, if we were to affirmatively vote to cease trying to appoint, to essentially to affirmatively vote that we agree to violate the charter, then would that vote carry any risk? So if there's a motion made to not appoint and just go ahead and agree to violate the charter, would that carry different risk than simply failing to do so on a 5-5 vote?
I certainly would never recommend that council members vote to affirmatively violate the charter, because at some level you then create the intent on behalf of the body to violate the charter. But having said that, the penalty would be a fine. But it does open you up, I would imagine, to some claim, because you are affirmatively making a decision by vote to do something your city's constitution says you're compelled to do.
Further questions? Are there any other questions?
Mayor, Councilmember Murillo.
Councilmember Moreno.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for joining us and for your legal opinion. One of the, at our last meeting, it was made, the quote motion to postpone the vote till November to let the voters decide as a way to dispose of the conversation. I'm wondering if you could opine on that particular phrasing and motion as it relates to charter violations and risk and all that good stuff.
The better approach I would recommend would be to have some sort of mechanism, to perhaps look at amending your code to allow for the vote, to send it to the vote to the November election in the event of a tie vote. But in the event of a tie vote, in the event of the impasse, I think practically speaking, that is the result, is that this will be on the November election. Because of the timing of the vacancy and the timing of calling special elections, which I think mentioned briefly, regardless of whether a motion is made, the practical effect will be the vacancy would be conducted at the November 2021 election because it's too close to have a special election before that time.
Okay. Can I ask a couple clarifying questions? So I hear you on that. I think the big sticking point that I heard in our conversations last time, though, was that isn't actually what we're voting on, right? So the kind of like the strict versus the loose interpretation of the charter. The charter, and having done the review of our, the legal review of our charter, what I heard was that was being moved, but that wasn't necessarily what we were voting on that night. We were voting to fill the vacancy. So that motion didn't actually exist in that strict understanding of how we were interpreting the charter and in that conversation and that vote that night. Is that correct?
So I did not, full disclosure, I did not listen to the previous discussions. I understand they were rather lengthy and there was a quick turnaround on this. But you do not have under your charter or your code currently the legal authority to specifically set it to a vote because you do not have language in your charter that says if you can't fill the vacancy by appointment, then it's sent to the registered electors. That is what I believe to be the practical impact here, but you're correct. There is no authority in your charter or your code as it sits today to affirmatively make a motion to fill the vacancy at the November election.
By deferring to the voters, because that's not actually an option available to us, correct?
It is not an option in the charter or the code currently. That is correct.
Okay. And then your prior comment was a remedy for the future would be to work on a code amendment or ordinance of some effect that would give us that ability to, in this circumstance, to defer to the voters.
That's correct. And what makes this unique is the timing. Here, the effect of failing to appoint will be that it goes on the November election because you're so close to the election. But if someone were to resign, say, midterm, where you didn't have an election close in time, then there's not the sort of default remedy that you have here of having an election a couple months away.
Further discussion, questions? No further questions.
Real quick.
Council.
So I guess I could use advice either from Mr. Hoffman or our city attorney for the wording of a motion to end discussion and simply close without a solution. In other words, I suspect what we will do very soon is we will nominate Mr. Sundberg, nominate Dr. Ross, identify that we've tied again, and we could either go to 3 o'clock in the morning again, or if we had the appropriate wording, we could make a motion that would simply say that we're going to stop without a decision. And and just recognize not that we're violating charter, we're going to stop without a decision and then move on. So is there any wording of that motion that you could advise so that we can, have that up front?
So if I could, this is Dan. If I could, again, an affirmative vote to violate the charter is not what you want to do.
Correct.
What you want to do is probably just simply table the matter. Just move to table the matter. If you continue to be deadlocked, once you realize that the deadlock is nobody's ever going to change from their position, that's a simple way to get out of it.
So, let's say, Dan, Mike Kaufman, you would move to table indefinitely, or move to table after the November election, or just move to table?
Just move to table indefinitely.
Okay. Further questions of legal counsel?
Mayor
Councilmember Coons, and you're coming in a little bit broken.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, now you're okay.
Stuck in a emergency work situation. My question is, does a vote to table not constitute an affirmative vote to violate the charter? Because we're saying we're voting not to fill the vacancy right now. So we're voting to table the matter. How is that not an affirmative vote to violate the charter?
Elizabeth, go ahead. Please proceed.
Okay. I think the fact that you would have had votes that resulted in a tie, you are not voting to affirmatively voting to violate the charter. What you're acknowledging is that it is a deadlock that can't be broken. Again, it is a technical violation of the charter if you can't appoint, if you can't get a majority to appoint. But tabling the matter indefinitely does not create any sort of additional basis that it would be an additional violation or a separate violation of the charter.
Further questions?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson. Okay. Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you. I just want to get back to, and I understand your legal opinion, and when we go, I'm trying to find my paperwork, just in terms of the language in our charter that we shall appoint by majority vote no later than 45 days. Again, obviously we've been, I think, over 150 votes in a tie. So shall appoint by majority, but how can we be in violation when we're not able to get to a majority? Like, it's not intentional.
And I think your final statement is precisely the issue. The body has the obligation to appoint. The body is unable to, because it cannot reach a majority, appoint. That is a violation of the charter because the charter says the body is required to appoint. I was going
to say the charter didn't ever consider a tie. So yeah.
Whether it did or it didn't, I don't know. But what I do know is that we are talking about the body as opposed to the 10 individuals that comprise the body that vote. Mm-hmm. And, it's, again, for better or for worse, it is a violation if the body can't fulfill its obligation under the charter to appoint by majority vote.
Okay, but you said that we can't be forced to change our vote because we're voting our conscience, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Councilmember Lawson.
So, Mr. Hoffman, I have a question for something that you just stated, and then the proposal that was being brought forth as a scenario from Councilmember Gruber. So, if there's a proposal in front of us to postpone indefinitely, how is that in the court of law if something did come up and someone wanted to file something, to have that we did that, but then it would be, to me, if we didn't make it to 12:02, and we're definitely in violation of the charter, I just don't understand how that in a court of law would be acceptable in a way, because you're doing something premature when in a way you should be going until the time frame that we were supposed to be going to fill this position. So I'm a little perplexed by that. Oh, it's fine to kind of do that. But I just think that could be seriously challenged in a court of law if something did come up.
I certainly understand the question. And when one is litigating, you look at a record. And I understand here that the record is robust of the attempts to fill the charter, fulfill the city council position. If further discussion is, and I would use the term futile, there is no, I would not see a court finding that the refusal to continue to vote until midnight was somehow compounded the violation. If, based on what's happened over the past several days, further votes are futile, I think a court would respect that.
Further questions? Seeing none, I just want to thank you so much for your hard work on such a short notice.
It's my pleasure, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that, KD, where were we at on the agenda? Was it 19B?
It was 19A.
19A?
Yes.
Okay, very well. We are now on 19A. And
Mayor Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Mayor, I move to appoint Steve Sundberg to fulfill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Bergen.
Okay, Councilmember Bursons to appoint Steve Sundberg to fulfill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, with the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy, the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Coffin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Bursons?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No?
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Councilmember Lawson?
No.
Councilmember Marcano?
No.
And Councilmember Murillo?
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Mayor Bursons.
Councilmember Bursons.
Thank you. I'd like to say Mr. Sundberg has committed to serve Ward 2. He did that back in May. He committed to Ward 2, to work hard for Ward 2. He's out walking now, talking to people, finding out what they want, what they need. And he's with his wife, Chantel. They go out together. And my question is, why would we appoint someone who is not committed to Ward 2 and only wants to fulfill a seat for 3 months? So I would like to nominate Steve Sundberg.
It's been moved by Councilmember Bursons, seconded by
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen
Point.
they put forward the motion, I'm sorry, to appoint Steve Bergen, I'm sorry, Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy for Ward 2. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy, the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Bursons?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano, Councilmember Marcano,
Apologies, I was double muted. No.
Councilmember Mario.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further motions?
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
Mayor, I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacant Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes?
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Mario.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further motions? Motion.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to the vacancy.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, seconded by
Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy, the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No?
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
and Councilmember Mario. I'm sorry. Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Mario.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion?
Mayor, move to table.
That's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Gardner to table. Discussion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
do we have our outside attorney still?
City Attorney, do we still have outside counsel?
I believe Mr. Hoffman dropped off.
Uh-oh.
Okay, wow. So my question on tabling, I understand that that we could just keep going again all night long till 3 a.m. And it seems like, and I don't want to force someone else to change their vote as I'm sure they are being respectful of not wanting me to have to be forced to change my vote. So it looks like we're going to continue to be at an impasse. My question on tabling is, we're going to be in violation, I guess, either way. So maybe someone could explain the tabling again, because if we continue to tie, we're going to not reach any consensus. So we'll be in violation. And if we table, are we in violation again?
Tabling does result in a technical violation.
Everything results in a technical violation.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a motion. There's a motion on the floor to table. Further discussion on the motion to table.
Mayor,
Councilmember Murillo.
just my thoughts generally of where we're at as well. You know, we have in one of our candidates a very qualified person, a person of color, person who has served Aurora specifically through our police reform conversations, who is a outstanding member of our community, public servant. I could go on, and we cannot seem to agree that that person is the best choice for this vacancy, which is really disappointing in a lot of ways. I think it's to his credit that he is not running for election in November. I know some people have wanted him to do so, and he has decided not to. I can't in good conscience vote for somebody other than this person, because not only are they the most qualified, but anyone else, even in my opinion, doesn't come close to the qualifications that Dr. Brian Ross has and brings to the table, on top of bringing a diverse lived experience to this council that we really desperately need. But the other candidate that has been put forward is running for election, and in effect, we would be meddling with this November's election. And I think that's irresponsible of us to do. And I think we're at this position because, you know, we can't agree on a candidate, but also because of kind of the elephant in the room, the desire to change the makeup of our council, which is also disappointing. So I'm sorry that we've gotten to this point where we needed somebody to opine on whether or not we would get in trouble if we would violate the charter, and to affirm that we are in fact violating the charter. It's frustrating to me that we've gotten to this point. And so, you know, it seems like we're still in a deadlock in terms of voting, but I just wanted to further contextualize why we are here at this point and moment in time. We're not just simply concerned about a violation of charter, which again, the consequences were, I didn't need to know the consequences to not want to vote to violate the charter, right? So, you know, just wanted to add that additional context of where we're at, why we're here. I might have gotten lost in the several meetings that we've had to postpone this vote, and even got lost in translation at 3:30 a.m. Last Monday/Tuesday at our last vote.
Further discussion on the motion to table.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I want to echo what Councilmember Murillo said, and just once again state that I think it is shameful that folks are using a vacancy as an opportunity to not just tilt the balance of power, but basically override the will of the voters the last time the Ward 2 seat was up. By trying to appoint someone who is, frankly, I would say, antithetical to the values that its previous occupant held. And y'all know, frankly, exactly what you're doing. I think it's shameful. This is DC-style politics. You would make Mitch McConnell proud if he were aware of what was going on here. And we can do so much better.
Further discussion on the motion to table. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I take offense to that. I mean, I think that Steve Sundberg is the best candidate for Ward 2. And I think he's a pillar of the community. He has been philanthropic. He's done so much for his community in terms of charities and so forth. And I think his heart is in it for the residents of Ward 2. You know, he's lived there a long time. I think he's grown up in Aurora his entire life. I think it's rude to say someone is not qualified when he is qualified. There's nothing that says he's not qualified in his background. And we don't know the values of the current voters, the makeup of Ward 2. So it's just being really disingenuous to say that you're a mind reader and you know what their values are. You know, I think I'm trying to respect your vote. You know, I'm not wanting to disparage Dr. Ross. I think he's a fine person. But I just happen to believe that Steve Sundberg is the better candidate. And to try to throw in that it's partisan, oh, so if we're being partisan, you're being partisan. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's not fair. And it's really, I wish we would try to respect each other.
Further discussion on the motion to table.
Mayor,
Councilmember Moreno.
you know, I don't want to get in a back and forth with my colleagues about being offended one way or the other. I specifically, in none of my comments, have disparaged another candidate. I've very much spoken why I support Dr. Brian Ross. So I want to be clear there. I think it takes a lot of effort, and you know, I know, in fact, it takes a lot of effort to run for office. My comments still remain the same in regard to giving what I feel is an unfair advantage in the upcoming November election. I believe that Dr. Ryan Ross, all of the pro comments that I've heard for the other candidate are basically the same reasons why I support Dr. Ryan Ross. And so, you know, to me, I have to think otherwise in terms of why we can't appoint somebody, why we can't appoint somebody with this diverse lived experience who is from Aurora. And of course, we welcome anyone who wants to call Aurora home and run for office regardless. So to me, that's not the ultimate factor here. But yeah, I don't think expressing my opinion and concern for this process is disparaging. I want to be clear that I have specifically not mentioned this other candidate and used that person's name in a negative way in this process. I might have opinions about their values, as was clear in our process with the Ward 2 vacancy interviews when I asked the questions that I felt were important to ask, but certainly have avoided that in this process, just for clarification.
Mayor?
Council, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and I respect that. I wasn't saying that you disparaged Dr. Ross. I think I had heard some in past meetings that seemed to be disparaging, in my opinion. You know, I'm not voting on someone based on their color of their skin. If, you know, we can talk about people of color. Mr. Sundberg is married, you know, to a Black woman and has mixed race children. So I don't think that has anything to do with my decision.
Further discussion on the motion to table.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I just want to state that I hope that if there's something we can all agree on is that we shouldn't end up in this place again. And I look forward to all of you supporting a charter amendment to do runoff elections, or sorry, special elections in the event that this takes place again in the future.
Further discussion on the motion to table.
Mayor?
Councilmember Berzins.
Yes, I could Mr. Brodsman tell us again how a motion to table is a violation? I didn't quite understand.
So again, the provision is that you are required to appoint within 45 days.
Right.
So you won't be doing that. So that is a technical violation. The difference on the motion to table, yes, it's a technical violation of the charter, but it's recognizing that you're deadlocked and you're not going to break that deadlock.
Okay, and Mr. Hoffman really brought that up. I think he was the first one to bring it up, that if we wanted to quit voting or for whatever, I wrote it down. It says, make a motion, move to table indefinitely. That's what he said. So it's a little confusing.
Further discussion on the motion to table.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I'd like to modify my motion to move to table indefinitely.
So the motion is to move to table indefinitely. Who seconded the original motion?
Gruber.
Councilmember Gardner.
Councilmember Gardner is, are you seconding this motion as well?
One second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to table indefinitely. Further discussion on the motion and table indefinitely.
I have a question, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So the original motion was to table it to a date?
No, it was just a table, and so the motion was revised to table indefinitely.
What does that mean?
That there's no date certain. In other words, the table is to suspend, and so it's to suspend indefinitely. I think, City Attorney, I believe both are essentially the same, are they not?
They essentially are. Both require to bring the matter back. Council would have to have an affirmative vote of 6 members to bring the matter back to a future council meeting.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion to table?
I have another question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So if we table indefinitely and then we change the charter language, I mean, we're still going to be in violation. Like if we were able to amend the charter to say something about, you know, going to a special election, we're trying to remedy the situation, but it's too late, basically.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's for the vote of the people, and so it'd have to be on an election. Further discussion on the motion to table indefinitely. Seeing none, would the clerks please call a roll on the motion to table? The motion to table indefinitely.
Mayor Kaufman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
No.
Councilmember Brosens.
No.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner.
No.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz.
No.
Councilmember Lawson.
No.
Councilmember Marcano.
No.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 4 yeses and 6 nos.
Mayor.
Councilmember Mario.
Yeah, so, you know, the whole conversation last time was around needing clarification on whether or not we're violating the charter. That was people's hang up. And suddenly that's not the case. You know, and we talked about wasting people's time in a deadlock. So like, are all those like new arguments at this point, like everything everyone said at the last meeting being so stern on why we were postponing the vote yet again, is false. I mean, I just, I didn't want to postpone. I agreed to do so because I have another job and I needed to sleep before, you know, we went to bed at 3:30 before the next day. Not because I needed to know the consequences of my actions. First of all, from a second opinion standpoint. I don't know. I'm confused on what the whole point of last conversation was, and I feel like everyone's arguments were just for fun. You know, like I'm really having a hard time understanding where people were at. That felt so strongly about this conversation today.
Mayor.
And I hope people aren't going to use this after the fact and try to scramble their sequence of events or, you know, votes in a particular way for their own benefit.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and thank you for that, Councilmember Mario. I wish we would have had that outside legal opinion last time, but we didn't. And I think it did help, you know, just to really clarify the language, and it's unfortunate that we can't resolve it really. So that's the only thing I can offer in terms of last time.
Further discussion. Councilor Coombs.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify from City Attorney Brotzman, because I thought this was cleared up by the outside legal counsel, that a motion to table is not an affirmative vote to violate the charter. That it's simply an acknowledgement that we're not going to succeed at doing what we're required to do, but it doesn't constitute an affirmative vote to violate the charter. Is that correct or no? Because that does actually impact.
Again, it's not affirmatively violating the charter. It still technically is a charter violation, but it's not an affirmative way to it's not, so it's protecting you under the mandamus action is, rather than saying I vote to, and protect you criminally as well, I vote to violate the charter. What this is doing is again, as you said, recognizing that there is a deadlock that cannot be broken.
Okay, so to clarify, that's the same or not the same as voting back and forth until midnight in a deadlock? Like, is the outcome the same or no? Is the impact equally the same?
The outcome is exactly the same.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. I think this is one of those intent versus impact. The intent may not be to violate, but the outcome is pretty much the same. I've been pretty consistent on not wanting to delay this on Monday. I thought I said this, I thought getting an outside opinion was just a delay tactic to force us into another meeting tonight and force a full council violation tonight. And it appears that may have in fact been true. I'm still very much against tabling or voting it by the people, or however we want to word this charter violation. So I just, wanted to share that while I have a little bit of a quiet time in the background to share my thoughts.
Further discussion. Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I move to appoint Steve Sundberg to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further motions?
Mayor,
Councilmember Berzins.
thank you. I would just like to say to Councilmember Murillo, because I know it's confusing. I think we're all a little bit confused at this point. We voted so many times. So if and when you get ready to make the motion to table indefinitely, I will second it as a show of unity for council. When and if you want to do that, I'll second your motion.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Councilmember Berzins, I'm clear on the advice we got today. It is a charter violation. The conversation last time was very heavily about needing clarification on whether or not that would be a charter violation. It is a charter violation, and we've also gotten legal advice on how to move forward in the event of this stalemate. And I'm not seeing people, I guess, be consistent with the kind of train of thought that I thought the conversation we were having last time. So, I mean, for as much as we were talking about, like, I understand sticking to your values, and I 100% have been in this process. And the other part of the conversation was, I heard a lot about protecting voters, saving voters time, being respectful of voters. And if in effect, the process of voting till midnight is the same as us tabling indefinitely, I don't know why that vote didn't just pass. We were talking about theatrics last time as well, and not supporting and wanting to be practical. And I find myself on the other side of that conversation now, right? Wanting to be practical, respecting the voters' will, while also balancing my own values. And I guess I'm just confused as to why that vote didn't just pass. But I hear you, Councilmember Burgess.
Yeah.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think on the tabling, there was a little bit of confusion, and although no matter what we do, unless someone switches their vote, which I highly doubt, we're going to be in that technical violation. I did appreciate the clarification that to table it is not an affirmative vote to violate the charter, and I think it was Councilmember Coombs that asked that question.
Further discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I'd like to nominate Steve Sundberg for the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
We've had discussions about both candidates. If the public is interested in Mr. Sundberg, I would like to point them to his website, Steve Sundberg for Aurora.com. The 4 is the digit 4. If they go to that site, they can read all of Mr. Sundberg's contributions to the city and reasons why he should be the ward member for Ward 2. I'm not going to read it. I don't think that would be worthwhile, but I would like to point out that the Steve Sundberg for Aurora website is available to the public.
Further discussion? I'm sorry, you had a motion. Who was the second to your motion for Steve Sundberg?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem was further discussion on the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor? Burzins?
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Steve Sundberg for the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Burzins, seconded by
Gruber.
seconded by Councilmember Gruber to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Further discussion? Seeing none, then the question before us is the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Connor to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Okay. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs, Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
That motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor, move to approve Steve Sundberg for Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I think we're going to be here all night, so I'll just go through this. So like I said before, the Steve Sundberg for Aurora.com website, Steve has listed his views on different issues. Quality of life, he says that he lives in Aurora because of quality of life here. He's engaged in our community by advocating for children, supporting schools, youth sports, and countless fundraisers and nonprofits. On the issues such as transportation and cost of living, his business experience, 20 years serving nonprofit boards, his experience in serving for 20 years on nonprofit boards will lead to a practical, balanced approach to problem solving. As far as business and economic development, Aurora needs a strong economic base on small and large businesses. He has operated in Aurora small business for nearly 3 decades. He has firsthand experience. The city government should enable small businesses. Allowing businesses to compete and thrive is the best practice and leads to more jobs and higher wages. Unnecessary regulations and unrealistic city mandates lead to higher costs to consumers, less opportunities for employees, and many other unintended consequences. Small businesses are often the backbone of the local economies, creating jobs and tax revenue, which support community giving. With a shortage of housing, growth is inevitable for Aurora. We must meet the demand for new homes in a measured and smart fashion. With available land and water, Aurora can offer innovative neighborhoods, parks, and recreation, as well as destination possibilities. His experience on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board has shown him the quality of people, passion, and planning from our city staff in innovation and meeting the needs of citizens. As far as public safety goes, law enforcement is critical in creating a safe community. Crime has increased throughout Aurora and the metro area as a whole. At the same time, we have lost too many qualified law enforcement officers as well as firefighters. Our firefighters
Mayor,
have the resources they need and training they deserve. I will support law enforcement. He will support law enforcement.
Mayor, you're going to run the meeting and address
while
the point of
expecting them
inquiry.
to continually build trust and serve our community.
Discussion. On the motion. He's on the motion that's on the floor.
Point of inquiry.
It's a
You have
point
to
of
address the
inquiry, sir.
inquiry.
I have a question for the city attorney.
Very well, proceed, and then I'll defer back to Councilmember Brewer.
Absolutely, as you should. City Attorney Brotzman, I'm just curious, this is a little unprecedented. What do our rules say about effectively campaigning for other folks from the dais?
And so campaigning would not be allowed. However, the question is this regarding the appointment or not? So that's for council to determine, is this in regard to what you're doing tonight, which is trying to get the background out for the two candidates for this position, or is it campaigning for, which would not be allowed? But that's a question for council to determine.
Okay, very clever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, if I may continue.
Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question, please?
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. If the question is whether or not you're campaigning and we are not actually allowing the voters to have a say in this appointment process, then campaigning for someone when the people can't vote would not qualify, right? Because right now what Councilmember Gruber is doing is campaigning for someone that the people can't vote for right now. Then it's irrelevant to the council conversation because we've already read the website.
No.
So this is straight up campaigning for a future election that the general public will be a part of later, but is not relevant to this conversation, as the outside attorney mentioned earlier when he talked about how right now we're talking about the appointment, not the election. Because I just not reading anybody's website for the rest of the night.
This is I rule that it is permissible because we are debating the qualifications of both candidates in order to make an appointment. Councilmember Gruber is simply reading the qualifications, so please proceed.
I think it's completely irrelevant, a stalling tactic, and I think it's embarrassing on behalf of the person that you think you're advocating for.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
So Steve Sundberg's views on public safety is that law enforcement is critical in creating a safe community.
I think there's a point of order being requested, Mayor.
Okay. Who was requesting?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
overrule the ruling of the.
Okay. There's a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. Discussion?
Second.
Discussion?
You need a second. I have a second.
Very well. Is there a discussion?
Mayor, I have a point of discussion. I mean, essentially what Councilmember Gruber is doing is reading the platform of Mr. Sundberg. That's, to me, is campaigning. I mean, it goes beyond the qualification. It's his actual platform. And that's really, really, I mean, I've never even seen such a thing. That's what he's actually doing. That's just like going on any of our sites when we were running and saying, these are the things we believe in, these are the things we're going to work for. This doesn't talk about his actual qualifications.
A further discussion?
Mayor.
To the motion of the ruling of to appeal the ruling of the chair. Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, I think we're talking about whether or not this is considered electioneering on behalf of another candidate. It was unclear what the intent was of the delay, all of this, the legal opinion, advice up until this point. I think there's no doubt now. We are literally reading somebody's campaign website because we have time to. Like that, what a sneaky way to campaign on behalf of a candidate. And what I've been frustrated with all along. Supporting a candidate that is running in the November election and creating an unfair advantage in that process. So I agree. I do not agree with your ruling. Obviously, you're supporting that candidate as well as the decision to not consider this as part of supporting a candidate in the electioneering realm. So I support the motion to overturn the chair's ruling on this.
Further discussion? Further discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the chair. Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair?
Yes, Mayor. Can I?
Mayor, sorry. Can I just ask one more question?
Please proceed.
If what we're reading from is coming from a campaign website that is paid for by a campaign, then does that make it a campaign issue rather than an appointment issue? Because it was not paid for by the appointment process for Steve Sundberg. It is being paid for by the campaign for his running for office, which therefore would make it, by definition, a campaign issue, not an appointment issue. It's not a separate website dedicated. That's the question.
Okay, City Attorney.
City Attorney, thank you.
And that is one of the arguments that goes into the decision that council's making here. And again, the mayor has said that is permissive. So we are now in the appellate function of the vote is to try and overturn that decision.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a question on this question of whether it's campaigning or not. Would the information that Councilmember Gruber is reading, would that be germane to the vacancy to try to maybe change one of the other members' minds to vote for Mr. Steve Sundberg?
That's my interpretation.
It's my interpretation.
And
Further discussion.
Mayor.
attorneys in-
Councilmember Mario.
Attorney, sorry, I was asking.
Yeah, I would love to hear the attorney's opinion.
Okay, that's not a legal question. You've made a determination at this point. And both sides are making valid arguments as to that. But that is a policy question that's before the council at this point.
Mr.
If I could ask a question?
What's up, Mayor?
Councilmember Mario and then Councilmember Gruber.
So if it's not a legal question, it's a question left to this body. Would the fact that that's campaign material being read, and the fact that the council member reading the campaign has donated to that person, as well as the person making the determination of whether or not that's a violation or that's campaigning or not, be an issue? Because it's to me.
No, it's absolutely an issue, but it's one that council, you've articulated the argument.
Sorry, that was more rhetorical. I think it was clear that this was not a legal question. So I mean, to the public, I think that's completely relevant in regard to this being campaigning or not.
Councilmember Gruber. Okay, I'm sorry. Please proceed.
So I just wanted to.
Mayor, I believe we need to take a vote on whether or not we appealed your ruling.
We're still discussing the motion.
So.
Right, there was a
I could speak
superseding to appeal.
City attorney. So the bottom line is that, I could continue to read the qualifications as to why we should appoint Mr. Sundberg to the Ward 2 position tonight. And I personally believe, but so my question though is that if there were a motion to table, then I would obviously not be allowed to continue to read this material because the discussion would be tabled. Is that correct?
A motion to table takes precedence, as does the city clerk informed me that there's actually a motion. There is a procedural motion taking precedence over this. And yes, the procedural motions take precedence over the issue. So this could be stopped with a motion to table.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
So to Mr. Brotzman, does it constitute a conflict on the question of whether something is campaigning that people who might vote have contributed financially to a campaign? Do all individuals who have contributed to the campaign need to abstain from the vote since we're making a decision about whether something constitutes campaigning and they already have made those financial contributions.
And are due to a financial, under the council rules, the only reason to abstain is for a financial or personal interest in this. So simply contributing to someone's campaign would be neither of those.
Further discussion on the motion.
I forgot what the motion is, Mayor.
The motion to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay,
The ruling of
that is the motion. There wasn't one before. Okay.
No. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair?
Yes, Councilmember Murillo, I have you as the motioner. Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Katie, I think I moved and Councilmember Murillo seconded. This is Councilmember Kim.
That sounds right.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins, Councilmember Berzins,
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Sorry. No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion passes to appeal the chair's ruling with 6 yeses and 4 noes.
Very well. Discussion? We are back to the Gruber motion. Where are we back? Where are we to?
We have Councilmember Gruber's motion, which was seconded by Councilmember Berzins for Steve Sundberg.
To the motion. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
The time is now 7:43. We will stand in recess until 8 o'clock. The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council that has been continued from July 26th is called back to order. Discussion? Discussion? Further discussion? Sorry, Councilmember Coombs.
Is there a motion on the floor?
No, there is not. I've asked for a discussion, and certainly anybody at any time can make a motion.
Maybe we need a motion to frame the discussion.
Yeah.
So I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember O'Connor to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion? Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
second by Councilmember O'Connor to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
so I just want to reiterate, I suppose, since other folks have talked about the other candidate. I know Councilmember Murillo already talked at length as well about Dr. Ross, but he does work for our community college system, which means he's actually familiar with working throughout our state, but also working within our city to develop our workforce, to educate young people and adults alike, to serve the community, to be a part of an organization that the real role and function of that organization is service to our community, and that is involved as well with philanthropy in many different respects. He has, of course, also served our city as the facilitator of our community police task force, but even before that has worked with our community on these specific issues that came forward in the community police task force, as well as on other issues of violence and on issues of empowering our community economically. I think, again, as I have mentioned many times, he demonstrated really strong answers to all of the questions from all of the council members and demonstrated respect for those questions as well, and respect for the council members asking them. And so I think that shows that he would be able to build bridges and to make connections with all members of our council. And I do wonder from my colleagues, like, is there a belief that he would not do that? Because I haven't heard a counter to that argument from any of my colleagues. So is there a belief that he would not build bridges among a council that has a lot of different points of view? Because I think that's something we could use, and I think it's a strength that he has.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Who is it? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem?
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Councilmember Coombs' motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Lawson. Discussion? Seeing none, the question is for us.
Sorry, I was just unmuting. Mayor, I apologize.
Councilmember Coombs.
Okay. So I think that there's also some relevant information in our backup on this item regarding Dr. Ryan Ross about why he desires appointment to City Council. He says, I believe that service is the great equalizer. There's nothing that eliminates titles, posturing, and inaccessibility like inspiring service in the public's interests. The relationships I value most and the experiences I hold most dear are the direct result of service. As a youth, I watched the service completed by others create opportunities that literally changed the trajectory of my life. As a young man, the voice and advocacy of those committed to servant leadership role modeled the responsibility I believe and accept we have as leaders to pay it forward. This sense of responsibility and opportunity to create new relationships and experience fuel my interest in serving Ward 2. While not perfect, I believe the city of Aurora is on the cusp of evolving into something remarkable. A city with an amazing opportunity to grow the economy and provide opportunities that remove individuals from poverty. A city where public safety means all citizens feel stable, secure, and seen. A community committed to a philosophy that everyone matters and has a right to live with dignity especially the most disenfranchised, a community where diversity is celebrated and all citizens thrive. I believe Ward 2 has had leadership that supports this vision of Aurora, and I would like to work to continue to uphold this vision. Serving in an interim capacity will allow the work to continue without significant interruption and give the community members of Ward 2 time to select their representative of choice to lead them into the future. There is no greater honor than service to one's community. I look forward to sharing my time, talent, and being entrusted with this most important post. Thank you for your service to the City of Aurora and consideration of my application to join your team in service of Aurora over the next 5 months.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Discussion?
Mayor, I move to approve Steve Sundberg to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor, I'd like to refer to an article in the Fourth Estate. The Denver Gazette wrote about him, about Steve, and he said, Sundberg, 52, has lived in Aurora for 25 years. He currently works as the manager and operator of a family-owned bar and grill called Legends of Aurora. His quote is, I really appreciate and love my city, and I want to preserve the quality of life that we have here. I care about my city, and I want it to succeed. Sundberg is a husband and father of 2 young adult children. He met his wife, an immigrant from Rwanda in the Congo, after building homes with Habitat for Humanity in Uganda. He brings over 20 years of experience serving on nonprofit boards, including the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, the Leadership Aurora Board, Pickens Technical College Culinary Advisory Board, and Colorado Restaurant Association Mile High Chapter Board. In 2020, Sundberg's restaurant won the City of Aurora's Business Recognition Award, and in 2015, Sundberg himself won the Chamber's Leadership Award from the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. Sundberg said his experience operating a small business was one of the reasons he decided to run for city council. He said, I wanted to do it largely to protect my own small business. Some of the things that the current council has proposed have simply been anti-business friendly. So that motivated me to protect my livelihood. Sundberg said he wants to create a city council that enables small businesses to compete and thrive without overtaxing or over-regulating them. He hopes to promote economic development, attract new companies, and address how housing is no longer affordable for many. In addition, Sundberg is focused on public safety and tackling the increasing crime rates in Aurora by providing resources and training for law enforcement while also working to build community trust. Previously, Sunberg has organized and sponsored events like Lunch with a Cop and basketball tournaments between high schoolers and the Aurora police officers to help defend the trust. My heart is for unifying people and connecting people. I do realize that there are going to be very polarizing issues, but it's in my nature to create that sense of unity when possible. Sunberg hopes to bring that spirit of unity to the City Council.
Further discussion on the motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Murillo.
I guess where there's a will, there's a way. Find some other way to campaign for a candidate. Again, very disappointing. I mean, I feel like the option is to table the conversation or continue to listen to Councilmember Gruber campaign for a candidate that is on the ballot, which is one of my biggest issues with supporting that particular candidate. So that's how I feel about it.
Further discussion?
Mayor, if I could respond.
Please, Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, so again, what I am talking about are reasons why we should appoint Steve Sunberg tonight to be the new Ward 2 representative. All of these articles, everything I've read, directly relate to tonight's decision.
Mayor,
Councilmember Murillo.
they're all articles about him running for office. Like, you're not, everyone can see that that's what's happening. I mean, you can say otherwise, but it was very clear on your last comments what you're trying to accomplish here, and using a different source doesn't change that.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I'd also like to be clear that what I read from Dr. Ross is actually from our city council backup. And so perhaps that's a good reference document. Otherwise, I can find op-eds written by Dr. Ross. I can find his dissertation. I can find other articles he's written. I can find articles about him and why people feel that he's the choice for this seat. If we're going to be just kind of finding anything we can find on the internet to use in this discussion, I mean, we can definitely do that if that's how we're going to do this. But I do think that perhaps it would be relevant to look at the information that was provided to us as part of our formal process for making this decision.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
Councilmember Gruber.
I'd just like to remind my colleagues that we could end this at any time.
Further discussion. Councilmember Brosens.
Thank you. I would like to change just a little bit. And after our long Monday night meeting going into Tuesday morning, I know throughout the night and the next day, we got a lot of emails from people listening. And I want to thank you for taking the time to go to your computer and send us emails. Some were directed to all of us, and I assume that some of us got emails directed just to us. So I appreciate you listening and commenting on what we're doing, and I appreciate it, and I want to thank you for your support and for what you had to say. So thank you.
Further discussion on the Gruber motion to appoint Steve Sunberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Steve Sunberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
and Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
On further looking at, again, the backup provided to us and the answers provided by Dr. Ryan Ross, do you have any special work experience, qualifications, or training that is related to your service on this board or that you would like to share with us? I understand the legislative process, city systems, charter rules, resolution, and ordinance process. I've had the opportunity to work closely providing facilitation services with the City of Aurora Deputy City Manager Jason Batchelor and APD Community Relations Division Manager Claudine McDonald, and various representatives from community organizations and wards across the City of Aurora. My engagement with these great folks offers you firsthand experience of my ability to bring people together, problem solve, and communicate effectively, and focus on producing outcomes. Facilitation, teamwork, and communication skills are several of the talents I believe would add value to the democratic pursuits and processes of the council. Over the years, through education, professional work, and private consulting, I've developed an ability to assess, synthesize, and understand policies, procedures, and data. I believe in fairness, justice, and view things with an equity lens. My understanding and approach to equity have brought tremendous value to metro and rural college communities across the state. I believe I can offer the same value to the City of Aurora and Ward 2 community. I've attached my resume and bio for your convenience.
Further discussion? Seeing no one, the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
in looking at the resume that was provided, we can look at the education that Dr. Ryan Ross has received. He has a doctorate of philosophy in educational leadership and innovation, with his dissertation, A Counter to Proposed Crisis, Exploring the Experiences of Successful African-American Males, from the University of Denver. A Master's of Education in Educational Performance and Change from the Colorado State University, Fort Collins, Colorado. And that capstone project was Improving Training and Development within the Aurora Police Department, all the way back in 2005. Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from Nebraska Wesleyan University. He's also received several awards. He's a member of several professional organizations. He's a graduate of the Denver Metro Chamber Foundation Leadership Denver program. He was the president of the Denver alumni chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi, a board member of Mile High Youth Corps, a board member of Byrne Urban Scholarship Program, the president of Regional Aspire, a board member for the Council for Opportunity in Education. He's also received the MLK Business Social Responsibility Award, ASFA Family Foundation Arches of Hope Leadership Award, Denver Urban Scholars Gilbert Garcia Memorial Award, 9 News Leader of the Year, Colorado Gospel Hall of Fame Leader of the On the Move Award, CoBiz Magazine Most Influential Young Professionals, Denver Mayor Diversity Award, MLK Humanitarian Award, Denver Foundation Swanee Hunt Individual Leadership Award, University of Denver Distinguished Doctoral Graduate, Denver Business Journal 40 Under 40, African American Who Makes a Difference, Wellington E. Webb Commitment to Excellence in Education Award, mayoral appointment to the Parks and Rec Board, Northeast Charter Community Star Award, and Colorado Black Chamber Connect Leadership Empowerment Award.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Mario.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion? further discussion? The time is now 8:39. We will stand in recess until 9 o'clock. The Aurora City Council meeting, continuing the July 26th meeting is now called back to order. Discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. Motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2.
It's moved by Councilmember Hiltz, seconded by
Rio.
Councilmember Rio to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So, this motion has been made a lot of times, voted on a lot of times, discussed a lot of times as far as what the case is for Dr. Ross. And so I think, again, there's been the question of why support someone who is running only to fill the vacancy. I think there are two reasons. It doesn't put our thumb on the scale for the November election, which I think is an important thing to do. I think that's the way we respect the voters. And in Dr. Ross's own words, serving in an interim capacity will allow the work to continue and give the community members of Ward 2 time to select their representative of choice to lead them in the future. There is no greater honor than service to one's community. Why don't we take him at his word? And why aren't my colleagues who all refuse to support Dr. Ross? This isn't a rhetorical question. I'd like to hear from you why that's not sufficient for you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Sorry.
It's Coombs again.
Councilmember Coombs.
So does anyone have any willingness to answer that question? Why is that not sufficient motivation for you?
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. I would very much implore my colleagues to give us some rationale, at least. As I said last time we met on Monday, I'm proud of the way I vote, and I'm happy to defend my votes to you, but I'd like to know why y'all will not support Dr. Ross. I think this will, it's better than the silence. Let's hear it.
Mayor?
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm not voting for Dr. Ross because I'm voting for Steve Sundberg, because I think he's the better choice for the residents of Ward 6 in our city.
Maybe that's Ward 2.
What did I say?
Ward
Ward
6.
6.
Oh, golly. Ward 2.
Okay, further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is a motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Who?
There was no motion, Mayor.
Oh, there wasn't. Okay.
There was discussion.
Councilmember Coombs.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Mayor, second.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll? Discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
So I appreciate my colleague at least answering the question. But if there aren't the votes for Steve Sundberg, which there haven't been so far, then what is the reason for not being willing to consider Dr. Ross as an alternative, as someone who already listed his qualifications? I don't think y'all want me to spend more time doing that again. And again, in his own words, I think he makes a really strong case. So is there anything about the case that he made that is unconvincing or is insufficient?
Discussion.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I could ask the same question. Why are you not supporting Steve Sundberg?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that question. I think I have answered it a few times. The first and most important reason is, again, I don't think we should be putting our thumbs on the scale in the November election. And I think that appointing any person who is running does that. We can disagree on that point, but that's the big one for me. But in addition, when we hear the, Mr. Sundberg's own words from the article that was read by Mr. Gruber, he stated that his initial motivation for running was to stop the increase of the minimum wage. And I believe in living wages for the people of Aurora. I do not believe in creating a situation where that's obstructed, where that's less likely to occur, because I think the people in our city deserve to be paid enough to live in our city. In addition, in the actual interviews, he was very clear about his support for a camping ban. And that would be something that could imminently pass if he were appointed, instead of following the values of the person that was duly elected to this seat, who unfortunately had to resign. She very much did not support a camping ban. And so to put someone in place who would make that happen, I think is dangerous for many reasons, to the people experiencing homelessness, but also to our neighbors, because we've seen that as people get swept and moved, they don't go somewhere else. They just go closer to people's homes and into more and more dangerous places. Sweeping people is not helping. And so for those reasons, I can't support someone who's going to pursue that type of policy agenda.
Further discussion. I see none. I don't think there's a motion on the floor, is there?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Coombs motioned and then.
Okay. Very well. Further discussion? I see none. Question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. I don't really think that Councilmember Coombs' question was really addressed well. I mean, what are the, I guess, policy or character concerns that y'all might have? I'm very curious to know.
I think they were stated.
No,
and they were stated, repeatedly stated. You simply don't accept them.
No,
and so I mean, that's the deadlock. Further discussion.
Mayor Kaufman, I'd like for you to not answer on behalf of other council members.
Yeah. And also the reason we were given is that they just intended to vote for someone else. That's not actually like an explanation of rationale. I understand the outcome. I would like to know what led you to the outcome.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Moreno.
I think Councilmember Coombs was also wanting to chime in.
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me? Sorry. Yeah, so I mean, I think it's clear what's happening. I've expressed this in different ways and different times at different meetings in this conversation, so it feels like I'm kind of repeating myself, but I think what we see is, council has traditionally supported the deference to the vacating member, and those who are voting against Dr. Ross are kind of abandoning that tradition in favor who's somebody who's actively running for the seat, which again has been one of my top issues with the other candidate, not Dr. Ross. And I think if we're really talking about preserving a healthy democracy, we need to fill the seat with someone whose values align with the values of the voters that they've shown they want represented. And I firmly believe that Dr. Ryan Ross has those values, while the other candidate does not. And we know how important this seat is. We are clearly experiencing that with this deadlock. And I believe that, folks who are voting for Dr. Ryan Ross are fighting for proper representation, that it's not okay to just not have a person in that seat because there's an upcoming election. And I think that's, to me, that's it, right? Like, that's the argument. Dr. Ross isn't running for election. We aren't, setting him up for a race and for him to win a seat. And I really just want the seat to be filled by someone who reflects the values of our voters that voted overwhelmingly in 2017 to support. And I know we've heard, kind of counterpoints to that, but to me, that's what needs to be done. And I don't want to see that we are ignoring the will of folks, that people on this council are ignoring the will of the people. In what we have seen in this meeting to be very clearly a power grab, a push to appoint somebody, to campaign on their behalf actively. And that doesn't feel like those democratic values are being represented. And I'm disappointed that that's still the conversation we're having. So I don't know if I'll end up saying this again, because I felt like I've said it before, but I just want to reiterate, this is what we're talking about.
Further discussion. I'm sorry, is there a motion on the floor? Who made the motion?
I don't believe there's a motion.
Okay.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
I'm still waiting for an answer, or at least a discussion to the question that both Councilmember Coombs and I have posed.
You simply don't accept the answer that each of us have reflected on why we think he's a better candidate. I do, as a former small business owner. I think it's absolutely critical to have somebody on this council that understands small business, because I could argue you don't. And there are many members of this council that don't.
Clarification.
Sure.
Isn't Dr. Ray Ross a small business owner?
No. He's consulting. Yeah. How many employees? How many employees does he have?
Consulting business.
How many employees does he have?
I don't know the employees of his business. Do you know?
Do you have something against sole proprietorship, sir?
Yeah, I think.
Are you only a business owner if you directly employ someone else?
I think the experience of having employees and being responsible for payroll as a former small business owner is very significant. And I think very few on this council have that experience. I do. I don't believe you do.
Mayor Kaufman.
Councilmember Leo.
Did you pay a minimum wage when you were a small business owner?
There was quite a range of salaries.
Okay, just curious, because I think it matters. If we're talking about experience and what's relevant, what's important, we understand that the cost of living has not kept up with people's wages. So I think we also ought to consider that as well.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. And I also did just want to clarify, since I believe you're misrepresenting or maybe just not really understanding. My question is not why are you supporting the person you're supporting, is why are you not supporting the other person that we've been discussing? And that's what I'd like an answer to. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Mayor, there was no motion.
Oh, there's no motion. Okay.
We're in discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Move by Councilmember Combs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell. Discussion. Discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
So sometimes one may take silence as rejection of whatever the point is that's being brought forward. So let's look again at what the values are that Dr. Ryan Ross stated in the materials that he submitted to us for consideration. And let's see, do my colleagues reject these various values? And maybe if they don't, they'll want to speak up in that regard. That we be a city with an amazing opportunity to grow the economy and provide opportunities to remove individuals from poverty. Maybe people object to that. A city where public safety means all citizens feel stable, secure, and seen. Maybe folks object to that as a goal. A city committed to a philosophy that everyone matters and has a right to live with dignity, especially the most enfranchised. Do you all object to that? Or a community where diversity is celebrated and all citizens thrive? So that's the vision that Dr. Ross put forward. Like, which of those 4 points is the sticking point? Which of those 4 points do my colleagues object to? Or maybe all of them. I guess I can just assume you object to all of them if you're not willing to explain.
Further discussion.
Silence is deafening. Come on, y'all.
The motion before us is to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy for Ward 2. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Discussion.
So I guess we can then assume that none of our colleagues support those values.
No. Well, who would like to respond to why they don't, about Mr. Sundberg's values and why they think those values are wrong?
I already did.
Oh.
Well, I think, I think he's a better candidate. I think they're both good candidates. I think that Mr. Sundberg would bring more to the council than Dr. Ryan Ross.
So, Mayor, respectfully, if I may, it would seem that you don't think they're both good candidates, because I feel like you'd be able to answer the questions we're asking if you actually, had maybe thought it through a bit. So I'd like to hear more. I'm not trying to be antagonistic.
Well,
I'm genuinely curious.
you don't value his small business experience, period. You don't understand the value of that, but you don't value it. I do. And that's a very significant difference for me. The ability to move this economy forward. Small business is the engine that drives economic growth. And to have somebody on here that understands small business versus government, I think is very important. I think Dr. Ryan Ross brings a lot to this council, but I'm not sure if he brings any more than you currently bring, or that Councilmember Coombs and others currently bring on this council, whereas he brings something that's really not on this council. And I think a current knowledge of small business, a current knowledge of what it takes to be a small business owner in the city of Aurora. My experience is dated.
So now we're getting somewhere. So I think part of the problem is that you don't understand or value the experience of working class people. And frankly, neither does Mr. Sundberg with his opposition to raising the minimum wage.
Mr. Sundberg worked construction.
Workers are the folks who make our economy run. Yeah. Don't you ever forget that.
I've worked in minimum wage jobs before.
Oh, it's not just minimum wage jobs; it's other kinds of paid labor.
Yeah. So
let's not forget that having a solid.
Can we have one person have the floor?
Being in the Army and the Marine Corps, it gives
have the floor. Mayor Kaufman.
Well, everyone's interrupting everyone.
Well, I think we're ready for a break here. The time is now 9:21. We will reconvene at 10 o'clock. Council is back in session. Discussion. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Lawson.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes, I just want to go back before we went into our recess regarding your opinion about small businesses. You know, I understand Mr. Sonnenberg has a business with multiple employees, but people who have businesses that are sole proprietors, they're also small business owners. Just because one business owner has multiple, excuse me, Mayor, let me finish, has multiple business people, many people to, you know, that he has underneath his wing, does that not make his business even more acquirable than a person who is a sole proprietor business? For example, the current council member that you are replacing, she had a small business. She had a consulting firm, NJZ Consulting, Management Consulting. She had it for 15 years. She was a sole proprietor. So to say that her business, because she didn't have any employees, she still was a business owner. She still was a small business person. So I don't think you can devalue a business because they're one person, a sole proprietor, versus someone who has multiple employees, because it's really the business experience. And some things, there are some commonalities in businesses in general, just even people that don't have employees. So I really take offense to that, because I know people who own an ice cream shop and they're a one-person business, but they started the business. They don't have employees, but they still own a business. They still went out there and they have to do budget. They have to maintain the business. You know, operation. I think that those are some similarities that I think needs to be defined that you did not reference.
Sure.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, and just to, you know, again, we were talking about this, and it seems like, are we going to just support the small business owners but forsake the small business workers? You know, again, I agree. There are many ways that you could legally create a small business, and one experience doesn't negate somebody else's experiences. And, you know, like, how is that even fair if we are only supporting small business owners and not the people who work for our small businesses? And for me, that's what you'd be doing if you're supporting somebody who opposes raising the minimum wage, which again goes against the will of the voters in Ward 2. So to kind of re-up the conversation that we ended before the break, why are my colleagues, why are you not supporting Dr. Brian Ross?
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs.
I mean, I guess I would just piggyback on that whole thing to say that sole proprietorships are still providing a service, and they're providing a service while doing all of the work necessary to do so. So they are business owners and workers at the same time. So I think we definitely should not devalue the level of work and commitment that is. And that's one of the things that Dr. Ross brings to the table. Maybe I actually don't know that he is a sole proprietor. I'm not sure. He may have employees. That would be something we could perhaps ask him. But what I do know about him is that he laid out a very clear commitment to specifically this position of the vacancy, not to his ambitions for the next 4 years or his own personal private interest in holding a position, but to specifically this vacancy. And so I do still want to know, what of those values do my colleagues not believe are worth upholding?
So certainly honor what sole providers do, but there's difference when you have to meet a payroll and when you have to meet a payroll before you get paid. And I think that that's an important thing that he brings to the table, that I think we need that voice. Further discussion.
Mayor.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, so, I mean, I didn't ask why do you support Steve Sundberg, though. I asked specifically why folks aren't willing to support Dr. Ryan Ross. And yes. I think that his value, the growing the economy and providing opportunities that remove individuals from poverty, is not inconsistent with meeting a payroll.
Yeah, I think I stated my reasons why. You don't accept those reasons, but they're clear. Further discussion.
Mayor
Who was it? I'm sorry.
Coombs again.
Councilmember Combs.
So is anybody else interested in addressing those values from Dr. Ross that we have in our backup and what it is about them that you can't support in a candidate for this role?
Further discussion.
Nothing?
Mayor, move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Murillo and seconded by Councilmember Coombs to appoint Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes, sorry, I was muted.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
so the motion before us is specifically the motion regarding the appointment of Dr. Ryan Ross. So this is a motion that is not about the other candidate. And so I will again ask my colleagues to confirm. Do you support a city with an amazing opportunity to grow the economy and provide opportunities that remove individuals from poverty? Is there anybody here that objects to that value and that goal? Seeing none, I hope that folks will choose to support Dr. Russ this round.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the awards and accolades that I believe Councilmember Coombs had mentioned some. But in 2018, he received the MLK Junior Business Social Responsibility Award. 2016, he was the 9 News Leader of the Year. 2014, Colorado Business Magazine Gen XYZ 25 Most Influential Young Professionals. 2013, the MLK Humanitarian Award by the Colorado MLK Commission, just to name a few. There's a lot, but it's his experience and people recognizing and understanding that leadership spans well over a decade.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So I would just add that we really do have a responsibility to appoint someone. Will we go to jail if we don't? No. Will we get fined or dismissed from council if we don't? No. But what we will be doing is ignoring the right of Ward 2 residents to have full representation equal representation to other residents within the city between now and the beginning of December. And that's a pretty significant period of time. That's still, at this point, going to be about 4 months by the time a swearing in would happen if we were to fulfill our duty to make an appointment. And I've stated my reasons why I specifically can only support Dr. Ross and the values that he brings, the thoroughness of what he presented to us in requesting that we consider him for this appointment. So I, again, would like to hear from my colleagues. If you think he's a great candidate, you think he's very qualified, then why are you willing to violate the charter to prevent him from being a member of this council for 4 months?
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to appoint Dr. Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to the vacancy.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Gruber?
Councilmember Gruber to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I just wanted to say that, Steve Sundberg has had community support that go back decades. And he just sponsored a local minority youth boxer in his professional debut. He provided 100 meals to the new coaching staff at Overland High School and their football program. He also just provided significant sponsorship to the Korean Sister City golf tournament. He supported recently the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. He provided several $100s in gift cards to the Muscular Dystrophy Association year after year. He will be helping to sponsor equipment for Overland High School again, and also a sponsor of Rangeview High School's golf tournament, helping provide sports scholarships for those in need of equipment within the school. Steve Sundberg supports Comitas Crisis Center, Colfax Community Network. He, in fact, I did a fundraiser recently at my home and raised almost $10,000 for Colfax Community Network. Steve Sundberg's donated $1,000 to that. The 9 Health Fair he's supported for decades, school arts programs, countless fundraisers and donations. The list goes on and on. His relationships and support of the community returned to him during the pandemic as the city of Aurora wanted to see his business succeed and thrive. And he obviously employs, many employees and treat them like family. That's why I'm supporting Steve Sundberg.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
So I applaud people who engage in philanthropy, people who have the ability and the fortune to be able to engage in that. That's very respectable. I also support and value people who are willing to pay their workers a living wage and will not put forth considerable personal and political effort to avoid doing so. I also value people who bring policy knowledge and policy positions forward to the process. And I think, again, Dr. Ross presented both values and policies, not just the ability to give money to others. And so I would be happy to hear about whether I'm wrong about Mr. Sundberg's policy positions around criminalizing poverty and homelessness and around not paying workers a living wage. Because if I'm wrong about those positions, then I will consider changing my mind. But as far as I know, he's pretty clearly stated that those are positions he holds.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
did you just say that he's for criminalizing homelessness? I don't think he
Yes,
said
that's
that.
what a camping
I don't
ban
think
is.
he said that when he was interviewed. I do not think he said those words did not come out of his mouth.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coons.
that is the consequence of a camping ban. So either he supports criminalizing poverty or he doesn't know what a camping ban does.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I believe what he said was he would only support it if we were able to have an alternative solution to it. So that's quite different.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coons.
can I clarify the camping ban that you put forward removed the qualifications and requirements around whether or not people needed to be creating any type of a public nuisance or any kind of a public health issue. Is that correct?
There's going to be a new version coming out tomorrow, and it does not criminalize homelessness. Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy for the Aurora City Council. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross for the Ward 2 vacancy.
There's a motion by Councilmember Combs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. I would still very much like to hear from the rest of our colleagues as to why they cannot support Dr. Ryan Ross after hearing multiple times that he's an excellent and well-qualified candidate. I think the discussion is valuable, and I think our residents deserve to know why we're still trying to do this on the 180th vote at this point.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
I just want to reiterate a value that is reflected in Dr. Ross's statement that he does not support camping bans, that he values a city committed to a philosophy that everyone matters and has a right to live with dignity, especially the most disenfranchised. And I, again, really want to know why my colleagues don't share that value.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I just want to reiterate again that when we vote on these motions, I think we all learned now through a lot of experience that we are not voting between just 2 people. It's not a ballot. That the motion before all of us is whether or not we support Dr. Ross. And y'all have said no to that hundreds of times at this point, and I believe the people of Aurora deserve to know why. So if you could please share with the class.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know why we keep getting asked why we're not voting for Dr. Ross when we have stated why we're voting for Steve Sundberg. You're like harassing us.
Because those 2 things are not the same. With respect, Councilmember Bergen, I think that folks deserve to know. We have stated why we are supporting Dr. Ross and why we are not supporting Mr. Sundberg. And we just are asking you to share the same with us and with the rest of our residents.
It's because I feel that Mayor, because I feel that Steve Sundberg is better qualified, period.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
people could express support for both candidates. So you could vote yes on both motions, and we would have been done with this on Monday night, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, something along those lines, had we been able to do that. Now, I personally cannot support both candidates. I can only support one of these candidates, and the reasons are the ones I stated about the concerns I have about the policy implications of appointing Mr. Sundberg. But y'all keep saying, Dr. Ross is great, Dr. Ross is great, but you really only support Steve Sundberg. You clearly don't think Dr. Ross is great. And so I'd like to understand what policy implications of Dr. Ross's appointment are so threatening that you can't support him.
Further discussion? Seeing none, what's the motion? Is there a motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Is there a motion right now?
Yes, Mayor, there's Councilmember Coombs' motion and Councilmember Lawson seconded it.
Okay. The motion before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Mercado?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
So I just want y'all to know the reason I'm asking you this is because I'm actually getting messages and emails from my constituents asking why some of our at-large council members aren't answering the question. So I'm going to keep asking it until I get an answer from y'all.
Further discussion? Oh, we don't have a motion on it. There's no motion, right? Okay.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Motion by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
so I guess maybe I can ask a more direct question from policy. Is each person who is not supporting Dr. Ross not supporting him because he said he would not support a camping ban? And if that's not one of your reasons why, can you say, no, actually, I am not voting for Steve Sundberg because he supports a camping ban, and I'm not opposing Dr. Ross because he doesn't support a camping ban? Because that's one of the clear differences that came out in the interview.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before it's, sorry, Councilmember Coombs.
Mayor, so I didn't hear any answers. I saw Councilmember Bergen shake, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen shake her head no, that that's not her reason why. But otherwise, it seems then that the criminalization of homelessness is a driving reason for members of this council to not support Dr. Ryan Ross. I'll take the silence as a agreement that that's the case.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. I am once again asking Councilmember Gruber or Councilmember Gardner, if you could please share with my Ward 4 constituents why you are in opposition to appointing Dr. Ryan Ross. I would greatly appreciate it.
Further discussion? Was there a motion on the floor?
No, it's just discussion.
Okay.
Mayor, move to approve to appoint Steve Sundberg to Ward 2.
Been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes. Oh, no.
Councilmember,
No, for Steve Sundberg. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
It's late, Councilmember Lawson. I almost made the same error last time. That would be a no for me, though.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to reiterate my question to my at-large colleagues, Councilmember Gardner, Councilmember Gruber. Why is it that you cannot support Dr. Ross? Okay.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross for the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
so once again, looking at the set of values that were provided by Dr. Ross in our backup, which he specifically stated are also the values and the vision that were supported by the outgoing Ward 2 council member. Since she was elected, duly elected to a 4-year term, that means that her service, that vision, those values are what the voters of Ward 2 voted for, with the expectation that they would be represented for 4 years. Why can't my colleagues support continuing the vision of Councilmember Johnston for the remainder of her term, which would represent respecting the choice those voters made at that time and not essentially choosing to overturn those values, overturn those votes in favor of creating a majority for yourselves on council?
Discussion? Is there a motion on
Yes,
the floor?
Mayor, the motion was from Councilmember Coombs and seconded by Lawson.
Okay. Question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Is there further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross for the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember McConnell to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor, this is Councilmember Connor.
I apologize. I'll be quick. Mayor,
Please proceed.
thank you. I am once again asking my at-large colleagues to please explain their justification for voting the way they are.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I just want to emphasize, and I'm reading this about Dr. Ross's business experience because it seems to be because he doesn't have employees, but Dr. Ross has been hired by some of the largest employers in the state, especially in addressing equity and training to get more people of color into STEM-related higher paying jobs. He has mentored hundreds of young people, we brought that up, giving them set for college and for trades and jobs. Dr. Ross just came back from a trip from Africa. And I remember when I talked to him, he was getting ready to go to Ghana, where he supported people setting up entrepreneurship and shared training and financial support for investments. So I just don't think we can devalue Dr. Ross's experience and work experience and expertise and business experience as well. And also how he may not have direct employees, and I don't know how many employees he does have, but the idea that he is getting people into entrepreneurships. And that's a lot of opportunities that we don't see that. And I'm not saying Mr. Sundberg is doing that, but I'm saying that's something that I think is really would be important as we're trying to develop and get different businesses in the city. So I just wanted to mention that.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is we do have a motion on the floor.
Moved and seconded by Marcano.
Okay, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Aurora Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, would clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
is there a request for discussion or a motion?
I said discussion.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So let me try a slightly different approach then. Are my at-large colleagues opposed to building equitable small business enterprises or providing mentorship to our youth? I think those are 2 things that are exceptionally relevant to the state of our city currently. So I'd like to hear your rationale.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
Further, are any of my colleagues, doesn't have to be at large, any of the 5 that have thus far not supported Dr. Ross, maybe just let me know, what are your thoughts about a city committed to a philosophy that everyone matters and has a right to live with dignity, especially the most disenfranchised? Is that something that you value? Is that something that you have ideas about how we bring that about? And do you think those values are, for some reason, inconsistent with or ideas are inconsistent with the kinds of ideas that Dr. Ross would support? And if so, why do you think that?
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs. Councilmember Gruber.
Move to appoint Steve Sundberg to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
I guess that motion was by way of an answer to my question, that either you don't have ideas or you think that Dr. Ross couldn't possibly share them, but he's still a really great guy.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins. Councilmember Berzins, I think you're muted.
It says can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, would clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
so once again, it seems that we all think that Dr. Ross is a really good guy, a really qualified individual who brings a lot to council, except the mayor thinks that he doesn't have the right business experience. But other than that, we all think that he's a good guy. So what do we need to do to not violate the charter and not leave the Ward 2 residents without equal representation between now and midnight? We don't have a lot of time left. What do we need to do?
Further discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I think the answer is quite obvious. Recognize that Steve Sundberg's a better candidate and vote for him. And this would end this right now. But I appreciate your continuing questions.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
I think I've made pretty clear the reasons why I can't support Steve Sundberg. It's not an option because of the policy implications. So if folks can provide similar justifications for their reasons to not vote for Ryan Ross, that would perhaps be helpful in figuring out where we go from here.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
I'm going to echo Councilmember Coombs' sentiments and just state that honestly, a refusal to actually share our rationale with each other and with the public just reeks of obstructionism and naked partisanship. So I'd just really like to know.
Further discussion? Seeing now the question before us is the adoption.
Mayor, I don't think there's a motion on the table.
Oh, no, no. Okay. Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
can I just get clarification from City Attorney Brotzman? What happens at midnight if we still have not appointed?
You're in the technical violation of the charter and the ordinance.
Further discussion? I think we have the Gruber motion on the floor. Am I correct in that, Katie?
No, Mayor, I didn't make a motion.
Mayor, we don't have
Okay.
a motion right now.
Okay. Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So moved by Councilmember Combs, seconded by Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
so do we have two really great candidates or don't we? Or do we just have good people on both sides where we're just not willing to acknowledge that some folks are unwilling to acknowledge that they're not going to support someone and that they don't agree with them and that they don't share their values?
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Really? I mean, you're the one that doesn't want to come over to Steve Sundberg, and you're not respecting our personal choice. We have a right to that choice. You're bullying us. Quit bullying us.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
I've given my specific reasons that I can't support Mr. Sundberg. I still just want to understand what it is about a community with amazing opportunity to grow the economy and provide opportunities that remove individuals from poverty, and a city where public safety means all citizens feel stable, secure, and seen, and a city committed to a philosophy that everyone matters and has a right to live with dignity, especially the most disenfranchised, and a community where diversity is celebrated and all citizens thrive. I want to understand what about that is objectionable.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think those are qualities that Steve Sundberg also has. He obviously believes in diversity. He's married to a Black woman. He is a small business owner that does value his employees and does pay them above minimum wage. I think his cooks make over $20 an hour. He is about to organize a 4th Lunch with a Cop event where he is actually inviting members of the public to build trust with the police, with including Chief Wilson. He has recently met with retired African-American officer C.J. Rennell where he served on a problem-solving truancy board for 4 years, and he's also meeting with Officer CRT leader Sammy Wicks. He's meeting with active and veteran police officers to gauge the pulse and the morale of the agency. He's again going to be providing food, helping to cook during the National Night Out. He's recently met with Omar Montgomery, leader of Aurora's NAACP chapter, to discuss policing and the needs of our community. Among all this participation with the community, he is trying to bridge a gap of trust. He is a really good person with a good character, and that's why I'm supporting him.
Further discussion? Is there a motion on the floor?
Mayor.
Katie, is there a motion on the floor? So I've got it.
No, there's no motion on
There's
the
no
floor.
motion. Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I just want to again stress that I understand why you are supporting Mr. Sundberg. We're asking why you are not supporting Dr. Ross. And I take a little bit of offense to the allegation of bullying. My constituents are not bullies, and they're the ones that are asking for the same transparency from you that they ask of me.
Mayor?
Further discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'm not talking about your constituents, but at the same time, we have, I don't know how many emails have come in from last meeting and this meeting that are asking us to let them decide. And I know that's not an option for us. We're going to be in violation of the charter by not voting, but we shouldn't be forced to have to change our vote for who we personally believe in.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
Mayor Pro Tem, I understand why you're supporting Steve Sundberg, and I'm not disputing that. But one thing, I hear this all the time. Just because someone is married to someone of a different race doesn't mean that they're totally on diversity. You can't just say that that's the one condition. I wish people would, in the society, will kind of not just say because I'm with a person of a different color that I'm diverse. I celebrate diversity. I take a little offense to that, but that's your opinion. But really you really need to probably look into that a little bit more. So I take, that's your opinion, and you can say what you want to say. That's just how I feel about it.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Of course, that doesn't mean that just because someone is a person of color that they believe in diversity, but I do believe that Steve Sundberg has said that and is someone that does believe in diversity and celebrates diversity. I think he's very proud of the city of Aurora and the fact that we're probably one of the most diverse cities in the nation. I think he's stated how proud he is of that.
Further discussion.
Mayor, this is Katie. I believe we did have a motion on the table. I'm sorry, from Councilmember Coombs and seconded by Councilmember Lawson.
Okay. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion. Excuse me. The question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Coffin?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Combs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember O'Connor to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, I just felt like it was important to underscore the last part of the last vote around we have literally the opportunity to appoint a Black man with that lived experience as a person of color in this country, as opposed to somebody who may empathize because he's married to somebody who's a person of color. Like I agree, there is no substitute. You can't say you have a person of color friend or Black friend and you suddenly understand that lived experience. We're literally talking about the difference between appointing somebody who has that lived experience. And I think we've made it very clear that it's not just because he is a Black man, but that's certainly, I think, important when we talk about the composition and diversity of our lived experience. He's duly qualified in so many different other ways, but just to kind of underscore the last part of that conversation.
Does having biracial children give him an understanding?
Mayor Kaufman, I'm sorry, you can't say that. I'm sorry, you cannot say that Steve Sundberg understands what it's like to be a Black man because he has biracial children. I think I would trust the Black man to know that more than anybody else. Certainly he has some investment, I'm sure he loves his wife, I'm sure he loves his kid, but you can't say that, I'm sorry.
So you don't think he has an understanding?
Did you not just hear me, Mayor Kaufman?
I just asked you the question.
Did you hear what I said? I'm asking you the other question.
Please repeat it. You don't believe that he has an
Mayor,
understanding?
I'm not going to get into this. You're the one who is saying that a Black man doesn't know what it's like to be a Black man and when that lived experience.
No, I never said that.
Will you repeat what you said?
I never said that. I said, the question is do you believe that he has any understanding of you know, what it's like to quote unquote lived experience with the fact that he has biracial children?
I'm really disappointed that you would try to warp that. I think it's clear what was said and what was not said. Mayor, that's just shameful.
Further discussion.
Mayor, Mayor, this is Councilmember Lawson. I'm not even going to get into that with you. I don't even want to get into it. But one thing I do want to say that Steve Sundberg did say at the interviews, because I'm kind of going back through the transcript. You know, he didn't see, if he spelled diversity and all of that, he didn't even see a need for an equity plan. Wherein, you know, Dr. Ross did see the need and the importance of an equity plan, which is essential in this community. So I want to bring that up as I'm kind of going through the transcripts from the interviews and what each person said, because that's why I'm reading some of this stuff, because I'm going back to what those interviews. And so I find that kind of interesting that he believes in diversity and all of that, but he doesn't believe in creating some type of equity plan. I find that a little bit, that's another reason why I don't support Sundberg as well.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
And on the flip side of that, thank you, Councilmember Lawson, for bringing that up. Dr. Ross is actually a professional in this area, so I trust his opinion about the role and the importance and the need for an equity plan, because that is part of his professional expertise that he studied both under his master's degree and his doctorate. And I do think we could use more of that. I know that I've received graduate level education, but I don't think we have any doctors on this council, and perhaps we could use one.
Agreed.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us, if I understand this right, is a motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Mercado?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
The time is now 10:58. We will stand in recess until 11:15. The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is back in session. Discussion?
Mayor,
Okay, Councilmember Coombs.
well, first, I realized at the end of our last conversation that we may very well end up with Dr. Angela Lawson on our council. So I don't want to neglect that all she has is her dissertation left to do, and then we will have a doctor. But that doesn't negate the fact that we could still use a doctor now on our council, which is why I will renew my motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
By Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second, Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the vacancy in Ward 2. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy for Ward 2?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
it feels perhaps like everything has been said, everything under the sun that we could say has been said, perhaps. But I do think that at this particular time, the work of Dr. Ross on our community police task force is particularly important to highlight. A number of members of our community talked about the importance of continuing to have community engagement on the issues that we're facing in our city in this regard when they gathered just yesterday. Yes, yesterday. Sorry, the days have been long. To talk about the issues that we're facing, the very real issues that we're facing, and that they acknowledge Chief Wilson's good work in addressing, but there's a continued need for more community engagement and more thoughtful community engagement. And that's something that Dr. Ross has already brought and can continue to bring.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I want to echo that and just, restate that I have asked Dr. Ross actually if he would reconsider yesterday his decision to not run, and he's adamant that it's not where he sees himself going, but he would be willing to serve the city, to serve out the 2017 Ward 2 term. And we would be frankly blessed to have him on council, especially with the issues that continue to face our community. And someone with his skills, I think, would be very, very beneficial in bridging the gap that is exceptionally evident to anyone who's been watching these meetings.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
That motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I just want to make sure that the people of Aurora everyone who might be watching really understands what's happening here. And I hope that you see basically what this is my colleagues, unfortunately, being obstructionists and refusing to vote for someone who they openly admit is a good candidate, who represents the values that Ward 2 voted for in 2017, who is supported by the person who was elected duly to that seat and who unfortunately had to vacate it, and who was wildly qualified and dedicated to serving this city selflessly without any personal interest in the next election. And they could choose to support him and ensure that Ward 2 has representation in line with what folks voted for in 2017, but instead they choose not to. And the kicker is, most of them won't even tell you why. I just think that is shameful. And we could do so much better.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
I think there's another point that is really relevant and important that came up a lot last time, and that I've gotten a few emails tonight echoing, which is this idea of letting the voters decide. And so I want to reiterate that the legal opinion we received this evening was that for this particular issue, the vacancy itself, we could not do that because we can't hold a special election because we're not empowered to do so by our city charter. But that the voters do get to decide in November. And so I really do think that if there's confidence that Steve Sundberg is what the voters of Ward 2 want, then we should let them decide in November, in the November election, without any thumb on the scale. And in the meantime, support someone who is specifically here to fill a vacancy, so that the 2017 voters got to decide and their will gets carried all the way through the term that their vote counted for. And then the 2021 voters get to decide what it is that they want to see. But as it is, we're overturning the will of the 2017 voters and putting our thumb on the scale to influence the outcome for our 2021 voters.
Further discussion? Seeing now, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor, I'm sorry, we already did the motion for Councilmember Lawson, seconded by Councilmember Marcano. I don't believe there's a motion on the table right now.
Very well. Thank you. Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Well, we've got 33 minutes until we're in violation of the charter. I know we did have, the reason for delaying to today was to get an opinion as to whether or not we would be in violation of the charter. And that opinion was that, in fact, yes, we would be. So I understand that it's the we collective and not the individuals based on the opinion we were provided. But we have 33 minutes left to not violate the city charter. And I think that the best way we could do that is by appointing Dr. Ryan Ross. So I'm going to renew my motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross for the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the motion to appoint Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
and Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
All right. We're at 31 minutes, y'all. Let's see if we can figure this out.
Mayor?
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. Move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
The time we have left, I would still very much like to hear a rationale from folks who have not spoken up yet about why they just cannot support Dr. Ross in spite of opining previously about how qualified of a candidate he is.
Further discussion?
Mayor Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I mean, I think we've highlighted many reasons why Dr. Ryan Ross is a very qualified, and in my opinion, the most qualified candidate, why I'm supporting him for the vacancy, and why those voting against Dr. Ross are voting for somebody who is actively running to fill the seat in November. And I believe that in order to preserve, some semblance of a healthy democracy, that we need to fill the seat with someone whose values align with the values of the voters that voted in 2017. And Dr. Ryan Ross clearly exemplifies those values. Again, I think it's really important, and we are running out of time to be able to appoint somebody and not be in violation of the charter. And I hope that we can appoint Dr. Ryan Ross.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
And I just want to remind us that this is who we could have, is someone who, when asked why they want this appointment, starts out their statement with, "I believe that service is the great equalizer. There's nothing that eliminates titles, posturing, and inaccessibility like inspiring service in the public's interest." As a young man, the voice and advocacy of those committed to servant leadership role modeled the responsibility I believe we have as leaders to pay it forward. So I'm just like, I don't know, personally, I find that quite inspiring. And I hope my colleagues can sit with those words.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Yeah, I just want to add that we could really use someone on council who inspires hope and whose professional and charitable background, I think, is something that is just so unbelievably needed and lacking on council currently. And I just really wish my colleagues would do the right thing.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us, I'm sorry, is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us then is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the vacancy for Ward 2. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. So I'm just curious for those of my colleagues who, supported the delay to get the legal question and yet are still evidently just walking us into a charter violation here. Why did that not change your mind? Was it actually just a stall tactic? Was Councilmember Hiltz correct?
Further discussion.
And y'all are quiet tonight.
Mayor.
Councilmember Combs.
I would just also like to renew the concern that by doing this, by choosing to violate the charter, what we're really modeling is that it's okay to exempt ourselves from the rules that we expect others to abide by. And so that's just disappointing.
What is odd is that what you're saying is because we don't support your candidate, those of us that support Steve Sundberg, that we're wrong, but you're somehow right. And that doesn't, I think both sides ought to respect each other in this process. Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. I don't think I'm being silent tonight. I think I agree with Councilmember Coombs that everybody has said everything at this point, and I think it's pretty well documented by now why each of us are voting for who we're voting for. And if that's unclear, then honestly, I can't help you out, because I think it's been made clear now. This is the fourth time we've met for this process. That being said, I'd like to nominate Steve Sundberg for the Ward 2 appointment.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 appointment. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question then before us is to adopt the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, sir. So I just kind of want to respond a bit here. I would respect the decisions to vote no if there were actually justification for why folks aren't supporting certain candidates. I fully understand why we are supporting the candidates. I think we've all had, to your point, discussions about that. But I'm still waiting to hear why Dr. Ross, in spite of being an excellent candidate, as many of you have said, is just not palatable enough to vote for you, because, you know, we can't actually support multiple candidates if we chose to. So I'm still waiting for that one. And I also want to state that this isn't a both sides have equal footing situation. And I think it's kind of crass of you to say that and dishonest. The reality is, in 2017, the voters sent someone with a certain set of values to represent Ward 2. And what we're trying to do is fill that vacancy for 2017, not for 2021. The voters will get to decide here shortly. But for 2017, they sent someone with a certain set of values. And you continue to push someone who does not share that person's values. And you continue to make the allegations that, oh, well, the district has changed a lot and we can't possibly know what kind of values those people are going to vote for. And that's true. We can't prognosticate on the outcome of 2021, but there's plenty of data. And all of us are fairly political here. I think it's a safe thing to say. We know what the district looks like. So that's also disingenuous. And I just appreciate y'all just being honest about it.
Where is that requirement in law that you just referenced? Where is that requirement in law that you just referenced that we have to appoint somebody that reflects 2017 values?
Oh, it's not a requirement, but I think you just admitted that you're aware of that and are choosing not to do that.
It's not a requirement.
No, it's not, but I do appreciate you admitting
Further discussion. Further discussion. Councilmember Gruber.
I'd like to nominate Steve Sundberg to fill the vacancy in Ward 2.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Berzins.
Second by Councilmember Berzins to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the appointment of Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'm motion to approve Steve Sundberg for the vacancy.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Gruber?
Councilmember Gruber to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion. Seeing none, the motion before us is to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. The word shameful has been used a couple of times tonight. And, from my perspective, I think what's shameful is that some of my colleagues are trying to goad some of us into criticizing somebody at the expense of someone else. I think that's actually in pretty poor taste. We all have our reasons for why we're supporting a different candidate, and trying to bait someone into criticizing another human just for political points because you want a clip to play on YouTube or whatever it is you think you're getting at. That to me is shameful. I'm not here to criticize one candidate over another. Like I said, I have my reasons for why I'm voting for who I'm voting for. And I think over the course of the hours and hours and hours we spent doing this, I've made that clear. And I feel like all 10 of us have made that clear at this point. I respect all my colleagues, their choices that they're making. But frankly, I have to shake my head that there's this movement to try to get some of us to criticize one of the applicants when that's not what we're here for. We're here to pick who we think is the best person for the position. It's a shame that we're in this spot, but we are, and it is what it is. And I think that that's what our job is going forward. So that being said, I'd like to nominate Steve Sundberg for the Ward 2 vacancy.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So I'd just like to be clear that the intent is not to goad people into speaking poorly. In fact, at no point did I ask people to speak poorly of Dr. Ross. What I did ask people to do is justify whether or not they could support the vision that he laid out. And that's what I also addressed about Mr. Sundberg, which is why we're going to see the same deadlock, I'm sure, in this round of voting. But the reasons are about policy. I don't have a problem with Mr. Sundberg as a person. It's about the vision and the policy. And so what I asked was for folks to explain if there was anything they couldn't support in that vision that was very clearly laid out by Dr. Ross. And that's the answer that's not being, or the question that's not being answered that I have concerns about. And the reason is because the public does deserve to know whether or not you support that vision. And if not, what your alternative vision is. It's not about personal attacks. It's about the vision.
Mayor.
Further discussion? Sorry, Councilmember Gardner.
With all due respect, the question asked several times was, tell me why you won't vote for this candidate. And frankly, that question has a negative connotation to it because it's asking for reasons why you're against something. Instead of talking about why I'm against something, I'd rather talk about why I'm for something. And I've stated several times my reasons for why I'm supporting Steve Sundberg.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Again, I just want to state that there are mutual constituents of ours who are asking to know, and I believe that they deserve to know the justification, just as they asked me why I'm voting the way I am, and I told them. I don't think it's unfair. I don't think it's setting us up to be negative about anything. I think it's just for us to become clear. Sorry, I wasn't finished. So again, just to reiterate that last point, I don't think it is setting us up to be negative. I think it's just having a full exchange of ideas and rationale. And we owe that to our constituents. We owe that level of transparency to them.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to appoint Steve Sunburn to the vacancy, Ward 2 vacancy. Further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion is not passed with 5 votes.
Mayor,
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
I move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
So been moved by Councilmember Murillo, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes. I mean, no, I'm sorry. It's getting late.
Mayor
No.
Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Mayor,
Mayor.
Further discussion?
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Murillo, seconded by
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So, once again, just want to reiterate that Dr. Ross laid out a great vision, a thoughtful vision, a vision consistent with what was voted for this position in 2017 by the people who were voting in that ward at that time. And that is what the purpose of filling a vacancy is filling out that term that is a 4-year term that folks are elected to. So if we were going to be consistent with respecting the will of the voters, that's a vision that we can and should support and refrain from violating the charter. And we've got 11 minutes left to do it. So go team, let's get it done.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Murillo.
thank you. Dr. Ryan Ross, for many reasons, is qualified for this role. Additionally, he's not running for election in November. So we wouldn't be giving a candidate an unfair advantage in the next election. And we can let it play out as it will, influenced by the current sitting city council. And he represents the will of the voters in Ward 2 and has the experience to work with all of us across different party lines to get meaningful work done. So for those reasons, I believe Dr. Ryan Ross is the best candidate and we should appoint him to the vacancy.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded
Second.
by Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
all right, y'all, we got 8 more minutes to not violate the charter. And I think the reasons have been said over and over and over again why Dr. Ryan Ross is the guy to do it. So again, let's, move forward with these few minutes we have left and not violate our charter. Appoint a qualified, thoughtful, caring, and engaged member of our community.
Further discussion? I'm sorry, where we have a motion on the floor. Did you move it? Did you move Dr. Ross? Who seconded that?
Councilmember Lawson did the second.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will clerk please call the roll on the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
No.
Councilmember Berzins,
No.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I would like to nominate who I firmly believe is the best person to represent the Ward 2, the way the ward has changed and where the future of the ward is going. I'd like to nominate Steve Sundgren to take that position.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
No.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
No.
Councilmember Murillo.
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by, who was it?
Could be Lawson.
Councilmember
I don't
Lawson.
know if Councilmember Murillo beat me, but he might have beat me too. That's fine.
Really don't care at this hour. I really don't care.
Okay, Maria, that's fine.
We know.
Councilmember Mario. Discussion,
Mayor,
Councilmember Combs.
I'm just going to keep cheerleading for Dr. Ross. Personally, I am inspired, encouraged, and the idea of having someone like him on our council gives me hope, and maybe it's false hope. But if anybody else wanted to join in that, I think that we could have a really excellent 5 months before our next council is sworn in.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I want to echo that sentiment, and I also just want to say that we really should respect the will of the voters from 2017 and do our due diligence and appoint someone that closely reflects the values that they voted for.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Mario.
Thank you. I do want to throw back to what feels like a very long time ago, which is the Ward 2 vacancy interviews. Certainly there were a lot of unique answers, but what I was really compelled by were, one, the answers to the question around the camping ban. I really appreciated Dr. Ryan Ross's answer related to the camping ban. He was thorough, and I would say I didn't even agree with everything he said in every answer, but I respected that he was willing to make a thoughtful, thorough answer as it relates to how we treat people experiencing homelessness. Is a very controversial issue, although I'm not 100% sure why. I know it's difficult time, and people are just trying to survive. So I really appreciated the empathy that he brought to that question and that answer specifically. The other part that I was really compelled by with his interview was related to my question on the equity plan. We talk about, and we know statistically speaking, the disparities that different racial and ethnic groups have in different areas like housing. I mentioned redlining. Redlining made it illegal that our Black communities and other communities of color made it illegal for them to live in certain neighborhoods in Aurora, including my district. And so when we think about how we move forward and a vision for the future, I believe that Dr. Ryan Ross had that vision. He was willing to and has subject matter expertise for decades, as we've outlined, not only in his awards, through his businesses, his work that he's done, working with other major employers in the community and across Colorado, the Denver metro area. But he understands the need for parity and how to get us there from a professional sense, and was willing to support the creation of an equity plan so that we actually have tangible goals. We've made some strides and movements internally with a Office of Diversity and Equity, but we don't yet still have concrete plans towards achieving that equity for our community. Just like it was with housing, we didn't have a plan, we didn't have a strategy before 2017, and now we're starting to see and feel the housing crunch even more because we didn't have a plan of where we were going to go. Now we have that plan. Hopefully it'll help us in the future. But I really appreciated him saying and talking about his vision and his ability to support an equity plan. I don't want people to just be good people and to be nice and to do nice things. I want to see the good policy that's going to positively advance our communities. So that's what I think was the clear difference in what Dr. Ryan Ross was saying versus any of the other candidates. Not only was he visionary, but he was willing to talk about concrete policy related to that vision. And that's accountability in my mind. That's accountability to the community and to the voters. So I support Dr. Ryan Ross for this vacancy for all of those reasons, in addition to the fact that we wouldn't be playing and messing and meddling with the upcoming November election should we appoint the other candidate.
Further discussion? I think the question before us is the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
Councilmember Gruber?
No.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Motion or discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
We just passed midnight, so by definition, we are in that technical violation part right now. So council pretty much has 2 choices: to either remain in technical violation until the November election, or to modify a vote. So the real question is, what's more important, the violation of the charter or supporting your candidate? And that's a question we all have to answer. And if we can't, now that we are in the technical violation time period, if we can't make that, then we're kind of wasting our time. So with that, I again nominate the who I feel is the best candidate, Steve Sundberg, for the Ward 2 nomination, or the Ward 2 opening.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Bergen?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to appoint Steve Sundberg to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
No.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
No.
Councilmember Lawson?
No.
Councilmember Marcano?
No.
Councilmember Murillo?
No.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
So I just want to clarify that Dr. Ryan Ross is not a candidate. He is a person who submitted to fill this vacancy. He's not a candidate for election. So I think if you're focusing on supporting your preferred candidate and not, which would be for the upcoming election, and not simply supporting an individual, a community member dedicated to fulfilling this role, that would be on you. But I'm not talking about a candidate. I'm talking about a person who can fulfill this responsibility, this duty for a short period of time. And with that, I'll give one last shot at nominating Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Lawson to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy. Discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to appoint Dr. Ryan Ross to fill the Ward 2 vacancy?
Mayor Kaufman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
No.
Councilmember Berzins?
No.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
No.
Councilmember Gruber,
No.
Councilmember Hiltz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion does not pass with 5 votes.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
We've now demonstrated through 2 votes, each for one of the 2 candidates for the open position, that it is more important for every council member in the chamber, or in the council, it's more important to support a candidate than it is to violate the charter. We have, in fact, violated the charter. We have, in fact, demonstrated that that we are in an impasse. Having said that, I'd like to move that we table indefinitely.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins to table indefinitely. Discussion?
Yeah, Mayor, this is Berzins. I would just like to say this is our 200th vote. 200.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. I also just want to state that, again, this is not an equal situation. This is a attempted coup by a portion of a specific ideology of our council to flip the will of the voters, to elect or to put someone into a position to make decisions that goes against what the voters voted for in 2017. However short-term that may be, it is undemocratic, it's autocratic, and I think it's shameful. And I will continue to describe it that way. But that said, you're right, we're at an impasse. Some folks value power more than our Constitution.
Well, I don't know if we want to get into a recent court decision on that one. Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Again, council members keep bringing up will of the voters, and these are different voters today than in 2017. And so we don't know the will of the voters. We will know in November. Obviously, we're in violation of the charter, and we will know the will. I don't know what we're doing, continuing to vote 200 plus times when no one's going to change their mind, and no one should have to if they stand on their own principles.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Holmes.
Yeah, so I was hoping we wouldn't have to get to this point. But here we are. It is disappointing that where we are is leaving Ward 2 without equal representation. And again, the question of the electorate of 2021 is not the question that we're here to answer. We're filling a vacancy for a seat that was elected in 2017. And we do know what that electorate did decide pretty overwhelmingly, because if you add in the other candidates that also represented similar values, then it was a landslide for those values in 2017. So it's disappointing that we don't respect the decision that was made by those voters at that time. And it's disappointing that equal representation is not available. I'd also reiterate that the current composition of council, well, the composition of council that included Councilmember Johnston was still the composition of council that was most recently decided by the voters, because they decided who else they wanted to be on council making those decisions. And this is a decision to undermine that and to chip away at that by leaving a seat vacant and by leaving an even more divided council than we had. And so that's a choice. We've clearly made it. But I'm not happy about it. And I am sorry to the voters of Ward 2 that you are left without equal representation.
Question. Question before us then is to Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I just wanted to add in a little factlet here, just because I don't want folks to get the wrong impression here, but you're correct that the demographics of Ward 2 have changed pretty dramatically over the last 4 years. And I'll just use the latest election results that we have, and that is that 62.5% of voters in Ward 2 voted for Democratic values at the presidential level, and the representation that they sent to the State House and the State Senate are also those same values that, again, they voted for in 2017, and that that Dr. Ross shares. So just wanted to throw that out there. I know some folks are banking on low turnout elections to flip that script and pretend that it doesn't exist, but that's actually the lay of the land.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. Again, to contextualize how we got to today, it was an active power grab to change the council makeup and composition. I think that was made very clear by the campaigning that was done tonight. We saw that folks want to influence the November election, which is a completely separate and independent process. I can't support somebody who, I don't share values with. I think their policies would be detrimental to the city. And that just because this person is also running in the 2021 November election, we'd be supporting and giving an unfair advantage, unearned advantage to this person in this upcoming election, which I think is not okay, frankly, by me. So not only are those reasons why I don't support that particular candidate, there are many, many reasons we've stated that Dr. Ryan Ross is the most qualified candidate for this role. He has proven his leadership through decades of service, not just volunteering and through philanthropy, but through the core of his work, his focus on equity and access, something that the city really, I think, could benefit from, having that skill set on our council. And not only from a policy standpoint does he have the right direction for our city and vision, he's also had to work with many of us already in his capacity as a facilitator for our police task force. So he's proven that he's able to work with this body of legislators and has the expertise to move us forward in a positive direction, and isn't seeking a seat in November. And we would be able to leave that process uninfluenced by appointing him. But we weren't able to do that tonight. And I am disappointed that there was somebody duly qualified and that brought a different lived experience to our council, and that we weren't able to appoint this person. So I am disappointed, and I can't imagine being a Ward 2 constituent and not having that representation for the next couple of months. So yeah, I just wanted to express my sentiments on the process, my frustration, still my support for Dr. Ryan Ross. If we are able to remedy this charter violation within the next couple of months, I would still support him. We'll still work to, talk to my colleagues to see if we can get there in the meantime. But yeah, we're past the deadline at this point.
Further discussion.
Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. And I appreciate everyone giving their opinions tonight, but it is only your opinion. I mean, we've been lectured to over and over and over, and those of us who were silent respect you enough not to lecture you over and over and over, because we're 10 people here and we all have different opinions, and we all have chosen who we would prefer to get the seat. unfortunately, it was a 5-5 split. And that's the unfortunate part that it is. But, you know, you're entitled to your lecture, and I'm entitled not to lecture you. So we'll let that go. But I just wanted to say that I've told you that this is my fourth time to appoint someone for office, but I will tell you, we have never, ever had anyone choose the replacement. Not only choose one person, but choose two people to replace a person who has not fulfilled their 4-year obligation for whatever reason, resignation, emergency, whatever, a better job. You know, it happens, but we've never had anyone choose their replacement. It's always been council's job to do that with the people that have applied. We've never been told who to vote for, who to support. Until this time, it's always been council's job. And when I just want to say, when you get back to talking about Ward 2 and how the former council member ran it, I don't know if you knew, she changed parties. She, you know, she did not stick with the party that she ran with in 2017. So I don't know if y'all knew that or not, but if you had known that, maybe it would have made some difference in your opinions. But I just wanted to throw that out and say that I appreciate everyone sticking through to this 200th vote. You know, I appreciate staff. I feel so badly for staff having to go through this, and they must think we're all crazy. And I appreciate Mr. Brotzman getting that other opinion, and I absolutely think it helped. You know, sometimes you just need that second or third opinion, like going to the doctor. You want to talk to somebody else just to make sure. So I just want to say thank you to all the staff, and I know we've had a great legal team on this, and thank my fellow council members for sticking to it for 4 nights and 200 votes. This is crazy. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Mayor.
Further comments?
Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Coombs.
So I just wanted to let Councilmember Bersens know that I, in fact, am aware that Councilmember Johnston changed her party affiliation, as did another one of our colleagues, and that doesn't change my support for Dr. Ross, because my support for Dr. Ross is not about the individual and the party affiliation of the individual whose seat he was filling, but rather the values that they represented, the policy positions they represented, the vision they represented, and the fact that that is what was voted for by the people of Ward 2 in 2017. Whatever may happen in 2021 notwithstanding.
Further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to table indefinitely?
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Yes.
Councilmember Bersens,
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz,
No.
Councilmember Lawson,
No.
Councilmember Marcano,
Yes.
Councilmember Barrio.
Yes.
The motion passes with 8 votes.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate it. Meeting is adjourned.